I forgot to turn the string on. Yikes. Anyways. Yeah, the load screen. We got a new one. Brand new load screen. Leboop. So many things happening. Yeah. I wanted to make a lot of different stuff happening. Because I think those are the more fun. Because like you can watch the loop again and notice something different. That was the goal. Leboop booped. Wow, 10 in a row. Good job, Lunatic. I'm not entirely sure how that works, but good job regardless. Let me get a few things ready here. Let's see. Do I have enough water for this ring? I do. Okay. Ad break is almost over and we'll be able to get started. Okay, are we done? We are. Then let's begin. Hello everyone, how's everyone doing today? Today we have something special. So Milia did a little how do you say, raffle? Yes, Milia did a raffle for Gremlin models, and I asked her to do this Chatpat model for us. Yes. Look at it, it's very cute. It's very cute. Look how cute it is. It does a few things. I lowered the TTS.
Yippee.
There you go. Oh, also there is a hidden word that has a hidden proc in here. It will react to like alerts, like let's say if we get follows, if we get There are two hidden words. There are two hidden words that will affect the Ninjaling a little bit. And... Ah! Oh my god, Lunatic, thank you for the sub. Thank you. Gift sub even. Thank you, I really appreciate it. And yes, that was one of the reacts. Thank you. But yeah, check out Milia. She is great. She is great. Lovely, lovely person. I don't know where to quite put him though. Do I put him under my boob? Oh, it stuck to my boob. Huh. Boing, 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 boing. I can put him on my head. Can put him on my head. Can put him here with the other ninjalings. Like this. Is this too disruptive? Can put it to the side too here. Ah! Oh my god, Lunatic, thank you for the beating. Oh my god. Thank you, I really appreciate it. There are hidden words, you just have to say them in chat and you will get the hidden word. One of the words is a topic that keeps getting brought up over and over in my chat by you shatters. I wonder how long it will take until it is figured out. But yeah, once again, thank you for Milia for doing this. I'm really happy with it. Yes, thank you. It's not Pangolin though. It's not Pangolin, it's another one. Yeah, technically I had the opportunity to ask for a Pangolin model. But I was like, I think a Pangolin model is a little bit too hard. Also, my eyes are... I need to wash my glasses, sorry. Let me clean my glasses for a sec. Ah, there we go. Tracking. Okay, so today, let's focus a little bit. We got a new commission by Red. Yes. This commission took an interesting turn. Because originally Red asked me specifically for this pose. He sent me a reference. But then he was like, yeah, but it's not gonna show some parts that I want to show. So can you make it stand up? So I made it stand up. And I think I fixed most of the issues. Weirdly enough, I can kind of do this. I'm not entirely sure if I should raise the sags. Why sags? This is a wholesome string. She's doing the chicken dance, obviously. Obviously it's the chicken dance. So anyways, we're gonna start adding details and we are gonna start dressing the elf up. Yes. I do, however, wonder if I should change the neck a bit. So we're gonna do that very quickly. She is still gonna be looking up. I just wanna see if the neck is a little bit higher, it feels better. kinda does. Trying to think what the trigger word is. Okay, I'm gonna give a hint. Because it might be too hard. But then again, it would be really, really fun if you triggered it completely by accident. It's something that you guys like to discuss about me. It is not bastard. It's something you guys like to discuss about me with Momochi. Medina in particular. I think it looks a little bit better. Yeah, because this was... I don't remember things. Fine. You know what? Momochi, you guess. You're here. Don't tell me. Okay, I won't. Also, Momochi, since you're here, I changed the head to be a bit up. Look at this. Which one do you think is best? 2 or 3? Yeah, definitely frame 3, right? I'm not crazy. Let's go with this one. I think it's fine. Because this one worked very well because of the positioning, right? Cuba is brave for having essentially a nude base. Shh, guys, it's just the base model. It's just that I need the bikini marks. It's fine, really. I think. I hope. Ink. Okay, there we go. I see pink 3 pixels, yeah. Let me grab them. You know what's the funny part? I was struggling to use the TT, like a TTS especially made plugin and stuff like that. And I ended up fixing it by not using it at all. At the very last second, I figured a way to not use it at all. And it's working. It is somehow working. Okay. Now, let's get started. I am gonna put the top on first. Oh, let me get another sprite that I already have done of red so I can get to the colors properly. Missions. Commission. You need to play Age of Empires one of these days, Momochi. You reference it so much to me. There's no way you're not dying to play it, you know? Wait, that was an actual intentional Age of Empires 2 reference by Momo? Yes. Believe it or not, Momochi played Age of Empires 2. I think she likes Age of Mythology too, also. She does. However, I only know parts of the lore of how or why she played the game. Pretty much all I know is that she played it at some point, and that's about it. So, according to this, Red is still using her regular outfit under this outfit, my understanding. The first stream I ever watched played and casted pro AoE 2 games. Wow! What a coinkydink! I think my first streamer was a League of Legends one. Booty booty shorts, booty booty shorts. I still cannot play the game, nor do I understand what is happening in the game, but it is interesting. Nice. Okay, so I'm gonna make a layer for the booty shorts. Because in the long run, it will probably be better for me. I also seem to have put the layer in the wrong place, which usually happens. And there we go. Yeah, I don't have the brain for real-time strategy either, Lunatic. It's like, what do you mean make a fast decision? It's like, oh, you're building things, but actually you need to destroy everything. So actually you're supposed to build, but not too much. And like, I can't. I remember there were people who tried to get me into Warcraft 3, actual Warcraft, not MMO. And for the life of me, I could not figure out what the hell I was supposed to do. And they kind of didn't really hold back either. So it was one of those things where I'm like, okay. Not the best starting experience for the game. And the thing is, RTSs are a little bit like fighting games, in that getting into an established one is very hard. I remember I actually found the person from Risk of Rain 2, actually then found out later they mainly streamed Age of Empires 2. Oh, really? That is funny. That is kinda... Did you follow them anyways? Ah, you did, you did. You watched a bunch of it, still couldn't understand liquid of what was going on? I see, I see, I see. One thing that I find a little bit difficult with a lot of like established games nowadays, especially of the ones of competitive nature, is that because they are already very established, you can't really... It's much harder to be a noob, essentially. Like, if you take something... I'm gonna take a close-to-home example. Master Duel, Yu-Gi-Oh! In general. Yu-Gi-Oh! You kinda have to practice your combos, right? It's a little bit more than learning how to read the cards a lot of the time. Reading the cards isn't even that important. It's important to know what they do by heart 95% of the times. And you have the spreadsheet in your head of what your next move should be when you're playing. Which makes it not very friendly for people who are just starting, you know? Nowadays I have a very hard time trying to figure out what deck can I recommend to a beginner. Because I have to both address the difficulty and the money aspect of the game, right? And I also have to be careful not to put them in the direction of a deck that is like, oh, this deck is easy to play. He can't win against anything, but he's easy to play. You know, that kind of stuff? Because let's be real, if your game experience is just lose against everyone, right? You're not gonna stick around. No one sticks around if all they do in a game is lose. They're gonna be like, wow, I kinda suck at this. I need to commit how much to be good at this game? Is it even worth that much? Which is an issue. It's a big issue. I'd say it's the biggest issue. Especially for like card games in general. The established card games. Because it's like... You got... Sometimes... In the best case scenario... And by best I mean the least worst. You got that situation where you have two parallel games. Where you have... casual something and competitive something. This is almost the best scenario older games can have, where it's like, oh, this game is like this at a casual level when people don't know exactly what they're doing, and like this if you want to play the game at more depth. That is like ideal, I believe, for most games to be like that. Because even if the new player is gonna get creamed by like veteran players, he can still find like a crowd of beginners and be okay, right? Ideal, Iseng appears. But generally, what happens with actually this can happen with any game as long as it's physical. But when it comes to online games, oof. Like, for instance, if I want to pick Guilty Gear back up, because I played it for a little while, but if I want to pick it up, I fully expect to just get creamed match after match after match, because it's been a while since I played it. And in order to actually start winning again, I'd have to like take time off to not play the game online, just sit around in the tutorial practicing combos. Practicing specials, practicing combos, practicing ultimates, over and over and over and over again, so I can be slightly competent enough to do stuff that interrupts my opponent from playing and stuff like that. I like half listening to being in a voice chat with someone and I hear Kiba is expected to get cream. In a game, in a match. And it's not an R-Team Plus game. Like really getting a cake pounding, you know? Are you sure? I am sure. I'm very much sure. Thank you very much. It's like, it's very, very... Why does this happen though? Why does this happen? It happens because the game is old. So, most people who play the game have moved on from playing the game at a basic level and started getting into the nitty-gritty advanced stuff. And that is good, because it means your game has that. But it also comes at the cost of accessibility, because after a while, people share stuff on the internet, and that a certain level of gameplay becomes the accepted norm. You know? Aye, what y'all doing there? What y'all doing there? What are you doing up there, huh? What are you doing there, eh? Okay. So I think, yeah, this is a much bigger sprite than what I usually do. How big is this one? No, it's not that big. It's this one. Yeah. This is much higher. It's gonna be even higher because we are gonna have a case of the giant hat. Gonna get a good case of the giant hats. So there's a lot more detail I can add to the sprite. It is a very large hat, yes. Very large and pretty hat. But yeah. So at this point, okay, but are the ninjalings that big? No, honestly, I just made them big to showcase. We're gonna be realistic, size-wise. You'd be about this big. Maybe a little bit bigger. Yeah, no? They are throwable. I don't think I can load an entire 3D model to... There we go. There we go. They are chewable though. That I will say. Very, very chewable. And I why my name appears in the middle of the credits. Yeah. I honestly, I'll be real, I should have thought about this a little bit better. Because, like, I can put it here. I can put it here, there we go. There we are. Nope. Nah, I don't think I like this effect too much. I think I'd rather something like more like this. There we go. Hey Red, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? How are you? I made some extra changes to the model. Let me take the top off for now. I think the proportion is 100% correct now. Also, Rooster Health's very funny. Solo with great quotes. Since his last 3 deal 99 damage to him. Very great coin. He heals 110 every coin, so barely evens out. HP just continually mid jump skill. You know, I love, absolutely love, the health mechanics that keep going up and down. I find them so much fun. Red, I actually need to ask something. So this checks out. This is how the outfit will work. It's your base outfit plus the mage coat, correct? And of course the staff, which I can put anywhere I want, as you said, in our agreement, correct? Here. What? Oh, sorry. Would you rather me typing it out rather than saying it? I just wanted to ask, because this is the main reference, right? So it's your basic adventurer outfit plus the mage coat. Yeah, okay, correct. Good. Just making sure. Thank you. Rooster Heat and Priest Greg are like my two favorites idea now, so K-Corp Hongilu, you've fallen below the battle mage. Type it out and I have another ref for the hat. Ah, okay. Okay. You can send it on you can send it on Discord for me. That way I can look at Discord without angering the Twitch gods. And by Twitch gods I mean Jeff Bezos. Because Jeff Bezos himself watches my stream, surely. Anyways. Let's keep going. Man, today while I was walking Lila, I was talking with Momochi. I was reminiscing about the MMOs that I played before in the past. And I think I figured out the source of my MMO burnout. And it's a very simple one, honestly. Very simple, very basic reason. And that is simply because I realized that everything I do in an MMO can and will be taken from me by the whim of the developer. When I played Ragnarok Online, I had a character that had one of the most powerful weapons in the game. It was kind of it wasn't really a legendary weapon, but it was a time-gated event weapon. And it was very hard to get. People sorta complained about it being not very balanced too. Which, honestly, is like a good reason to complain if, and it was the case, the weapon was time gated. So very few people could access it. And a lot of people were missing out on the power of that weapon, and that weapon could actually demolish builds. So it was in a really weird state where not everyone had it, but if you were like trying to make competitive PvP build, which is like, weirdly enough, was pushed as a thing in a game like Ragnarok Online where nothing was balanced at all. So they kind of had to take it into consideration or just accept that sometimes they were gonna lose to it. It was a weird situation. It was a weird situation. Regardless, the game had a huge rebalance patch, and there went my weapon. Down went my weapon went down the drain. It got basically rebalanced into being bad. Like, it wasn't balanced, it was actually bad now. Mostly because they were just pushing for newer gears. They were pushing for you to like go out there and get the new gears from the patch. Forget about all the old stuff that you were used to, because one interesting thing about Ragnarok Online as a game was the fact that you could, for the longest time, if you decked out your gear, you were actually done. right? The way the game worked, it was very hard to max out your gears, like, at all. Doing so was like a moment of great rejoicing, even. And they were like, yeah, actually, we want you guys to grind all over again. Yeah. We decided we want to do what every other MMO does. We decided we want to be World of Warcraft, but we are not gonna make it as accessible as World of Warcraft at all. We're gonna keep the shitty grindy Korean thing, but we are gonna make it so you're just gonna be there forever and ever and ever. And yeah, I got sick of it. So then I went to World of Warcraft because everyone said it was the best MMO ever, at least at the time. And I played through an expansion called Cataclysm, which honestly a lot of people complained about it being very unbalanced, right? But I was playing the unbalanced class apparently, because I was having the time of my life. I was playing Rogue. And then something happened. A new expansion came out. I picked the expansion right at the end, so I didn't really knew what was in store for me. And what was in store for me that I got completely shocked was this. The second I leveled up one level, my character became extremely slow. Like, I'm playing an Agi class, I'm supposed to attack fast, and my character got extremely slow. The non-cooldown thing, the energy thing that let me spend skills, the refresh rate of the energy was extremely low. I felt so sluggish. I dealt more numbers in damage from back when I was playing my rogue at the max level cap of the previous expansion. What? But for the rest of it, it was everything else was horrible. The way the character felt to play was, it was terrible. And then it kind of dawned on me what was actually going on, right? As I read people complaining on forums and what the developers' answers to it were. And basically the developers' answers were, LOL, don't worry about it. Your character will become good again after your max level and deck it out with the proper gear. Because we are balancing the game for when you hit those numbers, not before. And so basically, we are supposed to run on this treadmill that gets our characters into a more playable state. And then when new season / new story, new everything drops, we're supposed to just go back up, and all your everything that you've done previously is now outdated and is no longer good, and do it all over again, nerd. And you want some sense of accomplishment? Here, have an achievement. Have an achievement that said you helped a panda cross the street. You did it. Good job. Way to go, you. That wasn't for me. It really wasn't for me. Some people like achievement hunting and stuff like that. It wasn't for me. It really wasn't. In a sense, in a weird sense, Ragnarok Online spoiled me because for the most time that I played it, this sort of stuff just wasn't a part of the game. What you achieve it in the game is what you got. If you had the equipment was good because the game didn't have a whole lot of equipment variety. So in a sense it was a shortcoming of the game even, because they would never release like equipment that was actually better. Just straight up an upgrade of previous equipment. So that's kind of the way the game was balanced around the new levels. We got the new levels in that game. Only during the renewal period. The game was running for, I don't know, 4 years without a new level cap. The max that we gotten that was close to that was that there was an advanced class that in order to reach it, you had to reincarnate your character. Which was basically a process where your character goes back to level 1. He takes more experience to level up, but he has access to an advanced version of the base class which had extra skills, and your base stats were higher. Thank you for the pet, Lunatic. Since your base stats were higher, that meant you were by default more powerful than someone that was at the same level as you. And you also technically got a build reset for free out of that, which was a premium. You couldn't reset your build like at all in Ragnarok Online. So that was like super, And also the people who managed to reach it because it was hard and etc. It was kind of a status symbol. It was a little bit of a status symbol. Not that I cared that much. I wanted the cool skills though. I just wanna do cool things in the game. If I play an RPG, it's because I wanna do cool things and that's about it. I feel like... Yeah, this needs to go a bit higher. So yeah, then I remember I tried one last time. I tried Tree of Savior, which was a game of all time. Tree of Savior was a game of all time. And it actually had to go through several different restructurings. When I play an MMO or something, I always play with a friend, and my goal is to support the hell out of them to either make them immortal, God, or both. You know what my main issue with playing MMOs with friends is? It always comes down to... If I only play with friends, every friend I had that played an MMO with me would not wait. Right? It's kind of like, oh, we're all starting the same level. But then they would go off on their own and level up right? While I'd stay the same level. Or I wouldn't like wanna necessarily wait for them and I wouldn't want to get the level. So there would always be a desyncing in power level, and there would come a point where you kind of have to go off and do your own thing because there's no one at your level anymore. So it never worked out. I played with my best friend and we played and we were both available together. Ah, that is great. That is probably the best way to play, honestly. That is probably the best way to play. Sincerely the best way to play. Oh, interesting. This isn't the wrong layer. This is the booty short layer. There we go. All right, so let me see. Oh, I just realized what was written here. I hope Red is still around. Anyways. There are so many places, I don't even know where to get started. I think we should do this trap though. Let's do this trap. Here we go. Use this here. Leave here. And here. There it is. There we are. I haven't played this game in forever. The song is still pretty banging though. Song is still a banger. I'm considering after we're done with the Mega Man X series if I start playing the Battle Network series. The Battle Network series is pretty fun. It's like an action RPG. I don't know if there's enough tension in this trap. Wow, the dogs are going crazy outside the house. I wonder what the dogs are up to. Even Lila is a bit rattled. Like this. Okay. Honestly though, there we go. And there's like a little thingy here. Orange color. I'm gonna take it with this color then. There we are. I think we need a bit of a darker color than this. Might be a bit too much. Okay, this is better. Was too desaturated, the other one. A little bit more contrast is good, you know? Okay. Wow, honestly, I thought the secret word would have been found out already. Words are hard. I guess the problem is you're thinking about it, the words. And thinking about the words makes it hard. There you go, belly button. Did you know you can make a belly button by making a question mark without a dot? I can't think about words if I'm not thinking about anything. Ah, I see, I see. It's okay. I'm sure organically you're gonna figure it out. Hey, Super Fudge, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hello, hello. Today I'm working on Red's commission because I can work on Red's commission on stream. Yours will have to be off stream. Now that is... Hello. Hope you're doing good today. Hello. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Doing good. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Oh, check this out. Check this out. We got a little ninjaling. Yes. Got a little ninjaling body. Did the ninjaling get updated? Yeah, so this ninjaling was made...
Kiba likes drawing large TGs.
This is basically a pet chat for TTS. It was made by Ansemilia, her channel to follow. She made it as a raffle, rigged the whole thing, drew and rigged the whole thing, and it's awesome. It's awesome. I could have just gotten a chibi model, but I decided I'm gonna get something for chat. I wanna get something for chat, you know? So I got you guys your own model. I'm still not sure how I'm gonna implement everything properly, because technically the model is here and so are the ninjalings running around, so I don't know how everything works, but at some point I will. But for now, let's enjoy the ninjaling together. Okay, I think this is a bit better. Could have it pop up in a puff of smoke for the TTS, then puff again.
I will go somewhere on screen. I know not where I will end up, but I will end up somewhere.
By the way, the TTS this time has Brazilian accent. In case you're wondering. If you're wondering what the hell that accent is, there you go. It's Brazilian TTS reading English words. One day I will pick a normal TTS. That day is not today. One day. But yeah. Man, I can't believe my drawing lessons are actually coming to an end.
You cannot Brazil me Kiba. I will remain forever Brazil and there is nothing you can do about it.
Oh no. It's to Brazil. It's too late. It's to Brazil. The Brazil has already consumed the ninjaling. Man, we were looking up Brazilian candies, right? Partially because of the VTuber who did a bunch of different. He tried out a bunch of like Brazilian food on stream. And we realized something. People who have nut allergy will have a really, really hard time tasting Brazilian candy. Because almost everything is made with peanut. I kid you not. We have so much peanut-based products. But we don't have peanut butter. Peanut butter is not a thing here at all. But we have so much different types of peanut candy.
On you.
Are Ninjalings cats? They're wolves. They're wolves. Technically, they're living shadows. They are living shadows, actually. That I summon. So I can have friends because I'm very lonely. I mean, what? There we go. Almost right there. Yeah, no. Yeah, like I said, that was a joke. That was a joke. That was a joke. I mean, yes, and Momo is very real. She is very real. I don't have 2 accounts and use a voice changer. She's my wife and she's very real, yes. God, can you imagine? Oh god, that emote is awesome. Oof. It's Kiba who is actually the fake. It was Momo all along. Okay, that's a plot twist right there. That is the plot twist. We imagine each other. No one is real. What is reality even? Yeah, what is reality even, right? Who is reality even? Kiba was fake this whole time. No! I kinda wish I knew how to make a fade out effect. Or I just disappear. Just go. Ninjas are so stealthy they don't even exist. The ultimate stealth, not existing. Twitch, you don't mind if I do like a little adjustment here with the shadows on the booba, right? You don't, of course you don't, right? think this might be a bit too much. Whee! You're very cute, chat. You're very cute. Yeah, there isn't that much shadow on that angle. 10 lines. Yes, a red's design is awesome. Honestly, working on their model for such a long time did made me appreciate 10 lines a lot more. They are, they are. Ah. Hey, I'm a Gyaru now. You know, that actually reminds me, I can set up the Ninjalings to react to like different readings. But I'm not sure I can make them simultaneously. I think I need to set it up. Maybe I can make the Ninjaling react more things like a little excited face whenever changes to Gyaru form or stuff like that. That would be pretty neat. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention my character has 10 lines. Oh, that is good to know. That is good to know. That is relevant information. Yes, yes, yes. I might need reference of those just to know what they are. I did not. You're a ghost, lunatic. I think it's hard to get 10 lines as a ghost. You probably need those before you become a ghost, usually. I meant my human form, but true, yeah. Fair, 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 fair. That is true. That is true. You are a spirit. That is true. Mm-hmm. Okay. Booty shorts lane time. Let's do the Thigh Guard. This is gonna be a lot of stuff to animate later, but it's fine. It's interesting, the bigger the sprite, the harder it becomes to animate it. So Ninjalings are supposed to have ears on top of this whole time. The Ninjalings design evolves over time, right? So originally the Ninjalings were just little guys, and as time passed by, they evolved. Are the Thai guards too low? Just silly little guys. Ah! I'm a silly little guy. Hey! That gives me an idea. Hold up. I need to reset that up. Okay, never mind. I wasn't gonna eat you guys. No, your impression. Absolutely not. Four. I wasn't gonna eat you guys. We're just gonna chew on you for a little bit. Just a little nibble. No more. Please, no more. I don't kink shame, but I'm allowed to not like certain stuff, and that is one of those. Anyways, Tigard's about this big, a little bit bigger actually. Go. I still remember Life to do Mother of on Twitter with a war animation. It was Bioshock forever, if in my. Man. Who did that? I think I remember someone actually getting in trouble because of that. There was a VTuber who straight up made a vor toggle. And got a lot of flack from the from their own community even. What is potential how far Life 2D can go, but also the heart level Life 2D can go. Yeah. Apparently, I think she got trolled into thinking that their community would appreciate that. I'm not entirely sure if I remember the whole story. It was something really... It was really one of those moments where you just stop and go, what did I just read? What did I just read? What happened here? It's like it wasn't even that she got flack from people outside of their community because they were kink shaming or anything. No, her community didn't really want that from her. So there must have been some sort of really weird miscommunication along the way. But yeah, anyways, regardless, I think they're alright. I think they are alright. It was just a weird hiccup. Oh wait, Twitch Recap is out now? It is? Oh, that's right. That's right. The year is ending, so we're gonna get to do recap stuff. Oh god. That's a lot of hours, Lunatic. Okay, so this shouldn't be completely glued to the tie. Should it be a little lower too? I'm not entirely sure. My top 3 categories of viewers are Art and Limbus Company. Oh. I'm glad you like art streams, Lunatic. I'm always unsure with these whether I should stream more art or not. This year felt like art is like one of the stronger things I stream. That's kind of what I got. From this year. That you guys enjoy a lot my art streams and me just yapping randomly here. You are my second channel. Oh, I'm your second favorite streamer. Nice. Oh, right. This area doesn't have the gold shimmer. The gold shimmer is on the inside. Like this. The only reason is the first person streams more often and I lurk on the streams as well. Pet, Lunatic. Yeah, I only stream 3 times a week. There are people who stream way more than I do. Hey Kai! Welcome to the stream! Guess what? What? What should I be guessing? What should I be guessing? Wait. Uh-oh. Oh, it's okay. I was like, did I fuck up hard? The answer is no, I did not. Okay, so I gotta remember, there's one thing I'm not... I ordered Yu-Gi-Oh cards off eBay for 99 PT. Oh! That is great! Particularly not getting scammed, that is pretty good. Okay, so I need to figure out... Is this lined up in 3D properly? Because let's see, it's looking from here. Hold up. I need to do some art ref bullshit in this second. looking up from here more or less. So this. It was light impulse buy, but I looked at it and ignored it. Never again. I need to buy it after a few days late. The project delivery, but with delay. Ah. So this is the Thigh Guard as it is. Here the leg isn't quite outstretched. It's not as much as here. But technically this is going back. This is going forward. And then it goes back and forward. So I think it's fine. After lots of time and deliberation, I have come to the conclusion that I think it's fine. First time using eBay for me. Oh, that must have been scary. Buying stuff without being sure it was going to arrive. Kiba, can you guess the card I ordered? Is it an Earthbound? Because you've been playing the deck a lot. Is it a God card? Oh, Stardust Dragon? Nice! Yusei was a great protag. I just wish they gave the supporting cast more time to shine as well. They didn't really need to turn him into Jesus. He was already pretty cool the way he was. I think Yusei, out of all the Yu-Gi-Oh! Protagonists, is the one with the highest win rate. Even higher than Yugi. Because whenever he's about to lose, he falls off cliffs instead. The anime had this habit that whenever Yusei was going to lose, instead of just losing the card duel, he would crash his bike. So because of that, technically, his win rate is extremely high. Because when he loses, he crashes and burns. And where did I put this? Oops. Holy crap. Ah, so Kiba, even though your second place first channel has 1k shed cents while you have 5k. Wow. I'm glad you feel comfortable talking here, Lunatic. That is good. That is good. I try my best for this to be a comfortable place for talking. Yes. I'm my best to keep this place comfortable. like speaking with Kiba. Oh, I like speaking with you too. Like speaking with you all too. Yes, yes, yes. Man, I swear I almost was a little worried for Norax to the end of the stream yesterday. All Booba lovers are welcome here. Indeed, indeed. I forgot that he actually gets triggered whenever I bring King Tut in as a topic. He is okay, don't worry. He's just been going through some stressful stuff, so... The combination of me talking about King Tut, the best villain that Adam West Batman has ever faced, with him trying to maneuver a ship in a tough battle, was a little bit too much for him, but he's fine. But guys, you must understand. King Tut is... I am fascinated with that character. Because he is so... Okay, let's be honest. He's horrible. He's a horrible, horrible villain. I think out of all the villains that Batman ever had, he is the worst. That is probably why you don't see him in comics at all. Don't worry, Kiba, I trigger my samba mission in Brazil back in Fair, fair, fair. It's also very fair to be triggered by that. But yeah, cause like he's just a guy. He's just a guy. And I know technically, out of all the superheroes, the superhero that has the most villains that are just a guy, that's Batman, right? But like, King Tut is a professor at a university that teaches ancient history. And if he gets hit on the head with a vase, he starts thinking he's a pharaoh. And he will commit pharaoh-related crimes. Like stealing jewels from an Egyptian exhibit because they obviously belong to him. And that's it. That's the whole character. That's the whole character. And I think that any episode that he's in like 2, I believe, because turns out that the guy who played him was extremely hard to deal with, was extremely obnoxious. And he wanted his role to be taken more seriously, so they kinda had to boot him. So, surprisingly enough, that was a thing. But the character itself, he was a guy who got hit on the head with a potted plant, and every time that happened, he went out on a crime spree. And I don't even know what do you do with this guy. I seriously don't know what you're supposed to do with this guy. I mean, you're supposed to keep him, like, away from any windows that have potted plants near them, but... Like, dude, the guy managed to get hit on the head every time. And also, he has a couple of like, really burly students that also get their head hit with him, and they become his thugs every time. And he even got a lady once to think she was Cleopatra by getting hit on the head with a vase. I'm not even entirely sure. He doesn't know that if the vase hits him, he becomes King Tut, and he starts getting hit on the head on purpose to invoke his evil Egyptian persona. I got nothing. I got nothing on this character. It's too amazing. It's too amazing. It's the Brazilian Mega Man of Adam West supervillains. I just think it's funny. I just think it's funny. It's funny that I'm very much a weeb, but I do have a rather large knowledge of superhero stuff for like no particular reason. I don't necessarily like superhero stories even. I just know these things. And I don't know why. I don't know why my brain is like, okay, let's keep this for 8,000 years in your head. I know partially why I learned about these things to begin with. I used to go to comic book stores when I was little to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'd hear and sometimes even get into conversations of people discussing superhero stuff. So I ended up learning some obscure stuff about superheroes only because I was in that environment, and I put the tie guards where I shouldn't. God damn it, hold up. Bound to happen, but still. And now undo. Without ado, undo. There we go. Here we go. And that is the only reason for me to know these things. Also, I remember that there was like some slight toxicity when it came down to comic book store. It was similar to Yu-Gi-Oh! Players versus Magic players. There was like a little bit of a territoriality thing going on over the better game. Bit of tribalism there. Because way back when, liking anime was grounds for being bullied in general. Either be bullied or at least be somewhat branded as the weird kid who likes this sort of stuff, you know? Which I definitely was. Definitely fell into that category. I did manage to keep it civil though. But it's one of those stuff you kinda know that if you try to talk about anime with one of these guys, they're just not gonna be into it at all, right? So I guess that's part of the reason why I learned a lot of superhero lore, just so I could talk with the people around me a little bit more about stuff that wasn't completely boring to me. Like, I could compromise. I could learn about superhero lore. And I particularly specialize in the obscure stuff. So I could, like, rein in people who got a little bit too carried away about how their medium was much more serious than our medium, you know? Did I actually learn some of the stuff to use against people who are into comics? I'm not entirely sure anymore. It does sound like something I would do. Like, weaponize the silliness of their own medium to take them down a little bit. Take them down just a smidge. Just a smidge of humility. Although nowadays, God. What did Marvel do to superheroes? How did we get here? You guys remember when superhero movies were cool? Remember that? Remember when people didn't groan in pain every time Marvel was releasing a new movie? Or when movies were actually released instead of being sent straight to Disney Plus. Man, that was weird. As a Superfudge, I appreciate you liking my boobas. I work very hard on them. Yeah. Oh, I see what it is. Because the leg is going back, this shouldn't be this high. This should be lower. Like this. That would give the effect that the armband is going back there, I think. Chew. Trim. Chew.
Is all that remains of a once powerful note. Right now, you're on the threshold of an amazing adventure.
And this here should also be inclined a little bit more. I feel like it needs to be rotated left more since currently both are facing right. Left?
Is all that remains of a once powerful note. Right now,
Rotated left like this.
of an amazing adventure.
Mm-hmm.
He is all that remains of a once powerful nation.
Cylinder.
You're on the threshold of an amazing adventure.
Okay, so this one's facing right, but this one is facing left. Does it not look like that?
He is all that remains of a once powerful nation.
Interesting.
Right now, you're on the threshold of an amazing adventure.
Let's see if I can make it more extreme then, if it's not being... It's not being shown. It's like on the front, it's on the front of the leg instead of being on the left of the leg.
Is all that remains of a once powerful
Ah, okay. I think I understand.
right now. You're on the threshold of an amazing adventure.
Wait, looking at the reference seems to actually be meant to more than red or outside. Ah, I see. I see. Yeah, no. This is actually how the tie guards work. This is how the tie guards work. But like maybe the spike part could be a little bit more to the side like this. I think this feels right. Right, one more to the left. Yeah. God, I love the song so much. So good. This and the Fairy Fountain one are like my favorites from this game. I forget how like forward the moans. Shh! What moans? There are no moans in that song. It's your impression. I get just stared by the end of the song. Honestly, I'm surprised that I didn't get in trouble. But it's just the music, it's fine. It's just a little laugh, it's fine. It's just a little laugh, it's fine. She just really enjoys singing that song. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. I figured something out regarding the fingers here. Yeah, okay. I think this is good enough for the Thigh Guard. Yeah, there we go. Anyways, it's overtime for me to sleep, so I'm gonna head out to sleep now. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to see the word, but I hope you have a good stream, Kiba. Alright, Lunatic, have a good one. Bye-bye. And yes, to everyone who wasn't here when Lunatic joined, there is a secret command for the Ninjaling. It's a secret word. If you say the secret word on the string, the Ninjaling will react to it. And yes, this is not broken. I tested it. It is not Booba. Booba has already been said, Momochi. Booba has already been said. It is not Booba, Lunatic. It's not PP either. I can't decide. Yeah, no, I think I rather like this pose. The runway position. Wait. Well, I guess I don't have a choice because I undid it, now it's refusing to let me redo. So if... let's see, what else? The tattoo. You need to do the tattoo.
The missile knows where it is at all times. This is because it.
The missile! I wonder if my text-to-speech is too low compared to the song. This song in particular is very loud. Wow. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Wee. Wee. Hold up. Where's the top? Oh. Ah. Hold up. Boop. That one has to be done manually because I don't know, it was supposed to work automatically, but anyways. Na, na, na. Na, 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 na. Originally swapped it should be Wolfie to show the Ninjaling had ears on that model as well. Forgot to swap back. Ah, I see. Yeah. Basically, the Ninjaling had upgrades. that initially had been upgraded. Momochi is the artist who made the ninjalings. And she leveled them up. There's a pigeon outside of my window. Oh boy. If Lila was awake, she would go right after that pigeon. Good thing for the pigeon she's sleeping. Good thing for the pigeon she's sleeping. Just caught the pigeon walking around on my peripheral vision. There are a lot of pigeons around where I live. Probably because it's a neighborhood with a lot of vacant houses. So the pigeons just have a lot of place to nest. And they keep coming. Did you know that apparently pigeons can remember where they were born? So they have a natural tendency to nest where they nested already, which means that if you let a pigeon nest on your rooftop, it will become like a generational hangout for all the pigeons that were born in that place. All of them will remember that place and try to come back in that particular area to nest because they remember it being a safe place for them. So basically, if you don't want pigeons nesting around your place, you have to shoot them before it's too late. Before they come with their terrible pigeon nests. Because poor pigeons make horrible nests. It's like very shoddy work. They're very bad nest builders. But I guess if it works, so really. And again, I don't know if it works very well, because whenever there's a pigeon nest around, you can kind of see the eggs falling. So, I don't know, I guess enough eggs is taking place. They're odd little birds. Pigeon Royale, something like that, yes. Maybe it protects them from cuckoos. Because the cuckoo is looking for a good nest to lay their eggs, and they look at the pigeon's nest and it's like, I think I'll pass. Think I'll look elsewhere. Yeah, these guys are not gonna be good to munch over. I'll look elsewhere. Thanks. I think I'll pass. What else should I be? Please don't take off my mask. There's this to show. I'm a shapeshifter. Got no face to show. Please don't take off my mask. Revealing dark. Okay, random story time, random story time. So, when I was younger, and manga was like this crazy new concept that was just starting to pop up here in Brazil. There were actually quite a few manhwas that were important, and manhwas are from Korea. That's literally the main difference. So, Solo Leveling is a manhwa, not a manga, but it is an anime because the production is Japanese, so revel in that, I guess. That's a bit confusing, but sure. Anyways, they brought this manhwa over that was called Dark Angel, and it had nothing to do with the top TV series by Cameron whatchamacallit that no one watched, so I don't even know I'm making the joke, but anyways. And it was a show that, as far as unsatisfying endings go, this one was the greatest role. This one was just the greatest role. Basically, the whole story revolved around this guy called Dark, and he had cool anime wings for some reason. But and Dark was followed around by a fairy. He had a gigantic katana sword. He was like this guy that was fighting all these people. And he didn't know why all these people were after him, but all these people were after him. And honestly, as I say it out loud, I think I don't remember 90% of the story, but I do remember the ending. I do remember the ending. I remember the key things. I remember the ending. I remember that the guy was amnesiac, and I remember that the great reveal at the end of why everyone was after him was right at the end of the manhwa. So what was the ending of this anime that actually stuck to me to this day? Even though I don't necessarily like it. Well, the great plot reveal was that all this time Dark was a villain, like a really, really bad one. He was pretty much the Demon Lord. All this time he hit his head. He forgot he was the Demon Lord. And when he recovered his memories, he immediately went like, oh yeah, I'm evil. Screw you, little fairy, I'm off to take off the world. And then he flies into the sunset, laughing evilly, and that's the end of the manga. No, really. That's it. There's no like, but the friends you made along the way have shown me the light. Nope. Oh yeah, I was evil this whole time. God damn, and I've been wasting all this time rescuing people? Sheesh, I should have been taking over the world. End of story. Now, I don't know if there was like a sequel. I kinda hope there was a sequel. But all that matters is that it never got released. And all you got was this ending, which was almost comedic in nature. Because it was just like, oh yeah, I remember now, I'm evil all along. Screw you guys, bye-bye! It's different than what stories like this try to do, I guess, but yeah. I was rather disappointed with the ending. Cause like it's such like a weird gut punch. Right? Not that the protagonist had like an evil past or something like that. That is pretty common. What is like the gut punch is that the protagonist just like, alright, so everything that happened, the entire story so far, everything, that means nothing. That will take no relevance into what I'm going to do at this end, and that's it. Show's over, guys. You have wasted your time reading this because nothing was gained with the development of the story. You could have read one page of a guy laughing, being evil, and that would have brought you about the same amount of whatever the hell this was. Same units of entertainment, I suppose. Or of release? Catharsis, I guess. I think this is like a really important thing when you're writing a story. Is that your story needs a catharsis. Catharsis is a Greek word. I think it means release, if I'm not mistaken. And when you use it in the context of stories, it's basically the moment where emotions about what's happening in the story are processed properly. So if you have a really, really sad story where everything keeps going wrong for the protagonist, the world doesn't seem fair, stuff like that, right? If you end the story with, yes, the world isn't fair and our protagonist can find any meaning to it, the end, that's a story without catharsis. That's a story without catharsis. Now, you can use those to try and make a point, but lack of catharsis usually leads to a lot of frustration from the part of viewers, readers, etc. So if you don't want to make a story that makes your viewer base frustrated and nihilistic, consider adding a point to it. Consider adding a point to a story. Consider adding a meaning. Consider figuring out something that can be learned from the story and that can help people in some way. Usually the catharsis lies in there. That's usually where the catharsis lies. Because if you don't do that, you kinda... Your story will range from complete waste of time to despair-inducing. And it's a little bit like the DM who wants to defeat his party. Right? If you're a DM, you kinda have godly powers over the narrative, and you can pretty much do anything. If you wanna treat this like this is a PvP, you are the player who can just say, a meteor fall on your head and you all die at the end. Right? So there is no point in trying to compete with your players or trying to come up with ways to just straight up kill your players, in a sense. Things have to have a point. Usually in RPGs, now that I completely digressed it into RPGs, why not? The point of playing RPGs is to have a good time. And when you're DMing for someone, your job is to bring them a challenge. Your job is to bring them a challenge, is to give them choices, is to give them agency. And the hard part, giving them fair consequences. Oh, BRB everyone, I'm gonna go eat now. Be right back. Don't go anywhere. And we are mostly back. I still got a latte to drink, but that doesn't stop me. So, what was I talking about? I was talking about RPG? Oh, yeah. Personally, right? The role of a DM is to give players a challenge and gives players choices. And gives players consequences for those choices. That's usually the hard part. That's the part that gets people. Because, like, a lot of times the consequences for those choices might be that. And some people get a bit too excited into insta-killing everyone or just harming the characters in some way. While other people are like too overprotective. They're like, oh, I can't do that. I can't let that happen. So reaching fairness with the party is gonna be hard. It's something that you like have to kind of figure out what kind of player everyone is and what they're okay with happening with their characters, what they're not really okay, what makes them uncomfortable and whatnot. So if you like to give your characters like some hardcore consequences and punishment, you gotta make sure everyone's okay with that first. But also, if you just handhold everyone a little bit too much, you might get a group that is very bored or not invested. Because if there are like zero consequences, then you don't really need to pay too much attention to making the decisions, if you know what I mean. There is absolutely a balance to be struck there. There's absolutely a balance to be struck there. And sometimes that balance is gonna vary from party to party. Personally, I usually would avoid putting the characters in into many life or death situations. That was their life that was on the line. But like, oh, you fuck it up? Well, I guess the city's just gonna have to suffer for it. Ooh, that's too bad. The dragon ran away because you two were bickering. Oh, some NPCs are on fire now, that's too bad. There are many fates worse than that. And if things keep going wrong, and the area around them is worse off for it, that just gives them opportunities to actually pull their act together and actually save someone. But hey, that's me. Also, I kinda had something else, but then I had to take a break, so now I don't remember what I was talking about anymore 100%. I don't even know how we got here, which is mostly how these streams go. How did I get to this topic? Why am I here? I just want a pixel. I want a pixel while being entertaining. Am I being entertaining, guys? I hope I'm being entertaining. Okay, so now... did we get most of the details right? Most of them. We got a little choker here. It's interesting that's called a choker. If it's choking you, it's probably too tight. I don't think that's how that's ideally supposed to be used, you know? If it's choking you, it probably shouldn't. It probably shouldn't. Unless you're into that, in which case, kudos to you, more power. But it probably shouldn't. Although, to be very, very honest, if there is one kink that I fear slightly is choking. Like, if you like that, if you're okay with that, if you get consent from that, good for you. I don't have a problem with that. My problem is thinking about having to do that to like please someone in bed or something like that. I am very thankful that my wife is not into that, personally, because I'd be scared of doing something wrong, you know? Not controlling my strength right, causing damage to the throat or something like that. I wouldn't have a good time because I wouldn't be able to relax while doing something like that. So it's always something that I'm like, okay. Y'all cool with that? Okay, you can do that without thinking about the worst scenario possible in case something goes wrong? Amazing. I'm impressed. I can do that. I also remember being somewhat weirded out when I first saw that that choking was a kink. But then again, it kinda was because of out of all the places to see that choking was a kink, I didn't expect it to be in the Daredevil TV series. That was where I first was exposed to choking as a kink. There is a scene. There's a scene of Matt Murdock choking Elektra, if I'm not mistaken. For sex, because at least back then, every Netflix series needed a sex scene. But I still did not see it coming, because I didn't know that was a rule. I remember being very confused. And I guess they were trying to represent the... I don't even know if there... I think there was a point to that. Because they were trying to characterize Matt Murdock of having like some... not some, a lot of pent-up aggression. The Daredevil TV show was interesting. It wasn't bad, actually. It was very much two men with pent-up aggression issues and what they did with that in the world. That was kind of the theme of the show, because both the Kingpin and Daredevil, Matt Murdock, they were characterized as being people with a lot of repressed anger. And the way they enacted their anger onto the world was their main defining characteristic. Because it was weird, like the Kingpin in that show was portrayed as someone who actually had ideals, but the way he went about enacting his ideals was more of a... yeah, everything is rotten, injustice rules, I am gonna buy out the bad guys so they work for me, and I control how much bad they can actually do. That was his way of like keeping peace and balance into the city. It's not gonna... I'm gonna control these monsters. I am a monster that controls the other monsters, and everything will be okay because of it. Violence, I can never make violence and injustice go away, so I'm going to be the floodgate that keeps the violence in check. That was how the Kingpin saw himself. That was what he was all about. So when Matt Murdock starts being all vigilante-like, it's like something that's out of my control that is happening. And he's sabotaging everything I worked for. He's sabotaging the piece I made. That's also like a fun thing for the characters to fight over. Usually if you're gonna do like a good superhero story, right? Having characters representing different views on morality can be really effective. To have like a dialogue of sorts about what being good means, what it means to be a good person, what it means to have good intentions with bad results, when it's okay, when it's not okay, stuff like that. Nuance. The missing piece, nuance. A show had that actually. But that was before Marvel was bought by Disney, so you know. Also, I love the avocado joke, it was so funny. That was a good show. Kind of a shame. Kind of a shame. I'm not saying that if Disney didn't buy it, everything would have gone alright, because honestly, there were some decisions in the other shows that they made that were from before Disney started buying everything that was not great. Not great. The yellow guy, Banana Head, I forgot what his actual name was. I call him Kung Fu Banana Head. Dragon Fist, yes. Dragon Fist? If you look for Dragon Fist design, you will understand why I call him Kung Fu Yellow Banana Head. But anyways. That show was not good. That show was not very good. Was very weak, and weirdly enough, they tried to do a cinematic universe thing with it, where at the end of that show, Daredevil joined forces with him and with Elektra and with the Jones girl that I forgot the full name of, and Luke Cage was there too. It was like, all the Marvel Knights are here except Spider-Man, because you can't have Spider-Man yet. Spider-Man belongs to Sony and will only be taken away from belonging to Sony if Sony is in dire need of money. There we go. Man, I'm talking about superhero stuff again. I guess I like superheroes. Huh. Weird. I like superheroes, I don't like the most takes on superheroes. I guess I like specific superheroes. There's a lot of superheroes I don't mesh with though. Okay, this is good. How are we on the basic details? I think we're done. There are some shading details and stuff like that on the skin that I wanna do when I'm not streaming, because there is only so much I can show before Mr. Twitch gets upset. We are gonna do the scales though. These are important for design. I feel like if I wanted to recreate Red's character in D&D, it would have been sorcerers from Dragon. From Dragon, not Affinity, but Lineage, if I'm not mistaken. Because that way you can, having the scales makes sense. You can do a charisma build too. Hold up, I need... Yeah, I definitely can't use the hat reference. On straight. Man, that would have been like a speedrun ban. Damn. Damn. Okay, but honestly though, aside from one detail or two, I can do the hat using this as reference, just remembering that there are a few things different without any issues. So let's start on making a big floppy mage hat that looks super cool. Don't you love anime hats? Anime girls with giant mage hats. They're just the best. Imagine a Bijinka Gandalf, if you will. What would that be like? Oh man, way back in the day, there were more purists for this kind of fandom. Honestly, nowadays not so much. It's sad. I can't piss off as many people as I would if I made Animu Gandalf girl. So sad that I can't piss people off that much anymore because of doing that. Dang. Because man, and even, you know what, I always thought it was weird, I remember the World of Warcraft crowd did not like anime at all. There were so many of them that just did not like anime. Same with D&D. There were people who play D&D who reviled anime. They just reviled anime. It's been a long time since I actually found someone who openly like showed distaste about anime. But I did find a person who was like that recently. But even he, it was kind of funny because he like said that he didn't like anime. Guy was a furry artist, by the way. I spotted this person while I was doing the character creation workshop. Yes, workshop's the name. And he said that he hated anime style stuff, but then he immediately like went back. Yeah, but this anime is good, and this anime is good, and this anime is good. And then you're kind of like, bro, I don't think you hate anime. I think there's just anime that's not for you. And that is completely fine. liking anime doesn't mean you have to like every anime. At least I don't think so. Honestly, if being a true anime fan means that you have to like every single anime that was ever released, then no one is. Then there isn't a single person who is that. Because the thing that makes anime such a powerful medium where all sorts of stories can be told is the simple fact that the main way anime and manga is made is that they literally just throw random shit at the wall without a care in the world and see what sticks. That is part of the production system. That is how Shonen Jump works. That is how all the manga magazines work. That is how visual novels, how graphic novels, etc., how they work. They give chance for things to be great or extremely horrible. And as long as there is a number quota that is reached, it will get an anime adaptation, regardless of whether someone in the station likes it or not, right? It's surprising that it's something that's very number driven and yet allows for a lot of creativity. It is an interesting medium that they managed to reach there. Why is there so much isekai slop? Because the number says that people might still be interested in it, so that's why it's there. Why is there an extremely creative show about a kid who gets thrown into garbage and there are garbage T-Rexes attacking it? Because it got a following and that's good enough. Let's do the anime adaptation. Why is there a show about a boy who turns into a girl? Because fuck it, people thought it was interesting, let's go. And I always appreciate that about anime. Like, I don't think Rama could exist outside of anime. I don't think Rama could exist outside of anime, and I mean that as in, I don't think anyone would ever be like, you know what? Go for it. Go for it. Right, anywhere else people would question it. It's also part of it's all part of the philosophy in Japan of that the most important thing a story needs to be is interesting. If a story is interesting, everything else is secondary. Everything else is secondary. That's why stuff like, I don't know, class of the really smart guy, we swear he's smart to go everyone, can exist, class of the elite. Because as long as there are people who look at the story and go, wow, that is pretty interesting. I wonder what's gonna happen next. There is room for that story to exist. No matter the subject. No matter if the hero is actually effective or not. Which, if I recall from Class of the Elite, it not particularly the case. There's like a whole bunch of YouTube videos on the topic of how to not write smart characters, and using the protagonist of Class of the Elite as an example. And personally, I'm inclined to agree, but regardless of what I think, right? As long as a lot of people thought the story could be interesting, it can exist. And that is awesome. Now, I wonder if I'm making the hat big enough. I think I'm just barely on the big enough for the hat. See. Like, here is bigger than the example that Red sent me. And there is the issue of the angle. The issue of the angle is an interesting issue. Because depending on how I am drawing this angle, right, I could make the hat cover the head a little bit more. We could go as far as here, even. We could go as far as here. It doesn't even look that bad, honestly. It looks really stylish, actually. Man, that actually reminds me, there was this one manga that I thought was super interesting, that was like a hardcore version of Yu-Gi-Oh, if you can believe that. That, like I said, I don't remember the name, but the story went kind of like this. There was this character that got brought into this weird facility where people were being arrested and they were being given cards, and these cards could summon monsters, and the facility was like, you need to fight each other, only one may survive. So everyone started killing each other with the monsters summoned from cards, right? And the guy was trying to get out as soon as possible, and when the guy gets out, he discovers that he's being selected for this battle royale type game using the cards, where the different card factions were all selecting different representatives, and he was the chosen one of the Dragon faction, and they were all fighting for supremacy for some reason. I'm not entirely sure if it was like there. Usually when it comes to these battle royales, it's either destiny, wish granting, or I don't know, some weird loyalty drift, or like they're just being forced by the government, right? Sometimes you might get a weird revenge plot, but I think in this case it was like destiny. The chosen ones cannot step away from the fight or something like that. It was very crazy. And what was one of the, I think, the funniest things? Hato! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hato, have you seen my son? Have you seen my son? Milia did inform me. Ah. Hello, hello. How are you doing? Look at my little ninjaling. Look at my little ninjaling. There is a secret word that if you say the secret word, he will react to the secret word. There are two, actually. Isn't my son beautiful? Isn't my son beautiful? I can put my son to sleep on my lap. Hold up. Actually, hold up. I wanna see if I can do something funny. Hold up. Let me... always goes behind model here. Where is it? I hope that part is named. Can I make the Ninja Lane rest under my booba? It's my question. This is very important. This is a very important question. No. No, it did not work. Damn. This is fine. Let's put it here. I want to put it on display. Because Milia did such a good job. Oops. Wrong one. There we go. But yeah, we are doing red today. It's kind of funny. When Red asked me for this commission, this was the position he asked. He? They. I think the pronouns don't matter for Red, actually. Anyways, this is the commission they asked. But then they look at it and they were like, yeah, but there are parts that aren't showing too much because of the angle, so I want you to stand up. So I made it standing up. I hope I fixed everything that would be different with the position. I think I did. But I'm gonna need to look at some cross-reference for this arm specifically. I think I might need to change that. But for now, we're working with what we can. I'm gonna make a beautiful giant mage anime hat. And we're going to continue. And how are you doing today, Hato? How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. I know you, like, just woken up, right? If I'm not mistaken from the time zone. Hope you're having a good breakfast, got some coffee. Hope your coffee is not heated by microwave. No, I don't want to let it go. It's a really funny inside joke. I do not actually condemn you for using a microwave, I just think it's a funny joke. And I wanna torment you with it as much as possible. I am so close to buying that tabletop RPG that's a card game. The thing that fascinated me the most about that thing is the fact that it has a card creator system. And honestly, they did it in such an elegant way. The only thing that's stopping me from just straight up buying it is because I think I need to actually play it to try it out. Just to make sure that the game itself doesn't like drag on too much. Because doing the character sheet is gonna take forever since you have to actually make your deck as well as the character sheet. Which is a little bit insane, but it's the kind of insanity that RPG players are all for, and I'm also all for that, but... it makes it a little bit harder to drag other people into the insanity. technically this color is a little bit lighter because it's purple. Right. Right, the color is different. And this is pink, not purple. There we go. Well, color adjustments will have to be made, but that's normal. Let's see, what else do we have? Okay, so light golden details, a little bit on the yellowish side, really. Funnily enough, Ninjalings, today my singing lessons got cancelled. I don't quite know why, but last night because usually the way it works is we'll select some songs, then we send those songs over to our teacher via SMS, right? And she will like listen to it a little bit and set things up for class. And she was like, oh, by the way, you do know you were not having classes tomorrow. I was like, don't remember you saying that, but sure. But like, when she cancels for whatever reason, she has to give us a makeup class. So I am not too worried about her being wrong, because even if she's wrong, she has to give us a reposition class. I was just like, okay. Guess I can have a little bit more time for streaming or for doing some other stuff today. And I don't really have to worry, because I'll get those classes back. I'm trying to learn to sing some Persona songs. I picked Mass Destruction, but for some reason, every time we try to find the proper lyrics for the music, outside of videos, they're not there. It's really, really weird. I know the guy talks like really, really fast, but still. You'd think someone would have figured out what he was saying. I wonder if Hato is still around, or if he just passed by and went by. I kinda wanted to show him the new intro screen. I feel like I should invest more into making a BRB screen than an intro screen. You get more views if you stop to think about it. It makes a little bit more sense. But yeah, personally, I'm in love with the concept of like having a card game where you can make your own cards. Right? And have that be like just a thing that you can like just randomly play with your friends. Particularly for the VTuber community, I think this would be really cool. Because everyone could just have their own custom VTuber deck and stuff like that. Because, like, VTubers are essentially OCs at the end of the day. And having that sort of like custom flair to like everything would ultimately make a lot of people happy. However, from what I read, I still haven't read everything. From what I read, the best way to make this work of doing custom effects, right, is to have a DM. Like, it has to be a RPG in an RPG battles kind of way. Because if you can make custom card effects, it's too easy to like exploit the rules in some way that you make your own deck unstoppable. And that's what the DM is for. It's there to just go and be like, yeah, nice try, bud. We're not doing that. You're not destroying your own fun. I'm not letting you destroy your own fun. Because it's kind of natural, right, for a player to try. If you're gonna have a situation where you could lose, trying to win it's kind of what you're expected to do. It's what you're expected to do. And if you can edit your cards in any way, making a combination that is too powerful, or just straight up writing, I win when I play this card, it's tempting. It is tempting. You can also always try to be like, yes, it reads I win, but I put all these conditions behind playing it. And honestly, at that point, that's where the having the DM is an elegant solution, because it will be up to the DM to be like, you know what? Yeah, that is fair. You can have your final countdown deck that takes 20 turns to win. That is quite alright. Or just be like, no, make your deck do something else. I don't care. It doesn't do that. It's gonna do something else. You can still have some sort of the weird prerequisites, but instead it's gonna summon a different card that is powerful, and that's what your deck is gonna do, okay? No instant wins. There we go. It's also cool because man, there's so much good shit about that game, in theory at least. Because you can only play one card per turn from your deck, but you can also play an extra spell. They're called invocations in the game. So you can play a maximum of 2 cards per turn, essentially. So that already seems very balanced. And the hand you start with is actually pretty small. If I'm not mistaken, your hand size actually varies with the importance of the battle. So if it's like a casual filler episode, you only have 1 card in your hand. And if it's like a big boss battle, you can start with 3 cards in your hand. But your deck is tiny. Your deck is like 8 to 10 cards, I think. Hey, Red! My panties, no! Give them back, please. Yeah, my panties, yeah. Yeah. My king king. You see the hat in Discord? I see the hat in Discord. I see. I will need to put it side by side to adjust like a bit of the colors and stuff like that. But we can work the base shape a little bit from me just watching it. So yeah. It's a little floppier on the sides rather than this one. And burnt, indeed. Hold up, let me actually put like the little flame here, so I don't forget. Spicy mage casts spicy spells. But I was just fascinated by how not only that game allows for like you're making interesting cards. It also actively encourages you to make it as anime as possible. Because it actually says in the rules that all the cards in your deck, they have to represent something for your character. So when you're building your deck and you're building your character, and those are intrinsically connected, because there are like strategies and archetypes that you need to put. So there is an archetype for a Kaiba type character. There's an archetype for several different types of protagonist characters, actually. There is even a mentor archetype if you wanna roleplay as a character that's like Grandpa. The mentor archetype is pretty funny because he is almost like a support, like a healer type character, a buffer. Because you have a skill that you can use outside of combat, where you give advice to your friends, and if they choose to follow the advice, they gain advantage on their dice rolls. And the next time you fight, you gain advantage on your dice rolls as well. So you are actively encouraged by the rules of the game to be a nosy motherfucker. Every time someone is playing, you're like, oh, you should play that card. That card is very good. And if you give actually decent advice, you're both benefited by it. Which I just thought was hilarious. Hi doggy, what you drawing? Hey Kaz, we're drawing elf. We're drawing the elf. The Elfest of Elves Red. How are you doing today? Just got off work and I am tired as fuck. I see, I see. Well, I hope you can make yourself comfy and that my stream can help you relax a little bit. I was just talking about this very interesting RPG book that I found on itch.io that pretty much allows you to make an RPG campaign like it's a Yu-Gi-Oh anime. And I just think it sounds super fun. It sounds super fun. Your character, in your character creation, you decide on archetypes that will affect the deck you play. You can make, most of your deck is comprised by custom cards that you can develop their skills yourself. It's balanced around a effect point system. The way it works is the cards are divided into 3 categories: weak, medium, and strong, which represents their raw fighting power, right? And much like in Yu-Gi-Oh fashion, at least how it used to be, the stronger a card is physically, the less effects it has. And the weaker it is, the more effects it can have to compensate for those. So the idea is that weak cards will instantly lose when fighting against medium and strong cards, but they can have 3 effect points. While medium cards can win automatically against weak cards, lose automatically against strong cards, and you roll the dice when they fight other medium cards to see who wins, essentially. But they get two effect points. And strong cards have a really big advantage because they instantly win against medium and weak cards. And you do the clash against other strong cards, but they can only get 1 effect point. And one of the ways you can get more points to your cards is you can add disadvantages. So you could, for instance, make a very strong card that has a decent effect, but every time it attacks, it causes you to lose life points as a way to balance it out, right? So when you're making your cards, it's kind of like you're creating characters for RPGs. It's like the same idea. And it's really cool. I think it's really cool. It's also defined by law in the rules of the card game that you absolutely must figure out one card to be your ace card, and you have to describe why. So you have to go, this is the card that my grandpa gave me when I was a child, or something like that, and it's the ace card of my deck, it's pivotal to my strategy. And then I don't remember if it gets bonuses, but there's also something called staple cards, which are like common actions that you can use without spending the cards from your deck. They work as like generic spells and generic actions that you can use that help you empower your turn a little bit. But if you use a spell that's from your actual deck, then you can't use that. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff. I don't know how I'm going to try out this insanity, but I kind of want to. Na, 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 na. Mhm, 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 mhm. No. Theoretically, I could do this. There's a secret rule for making pixel arts. That rule says you should avoid jaggies unless you can make the jaggies a pattern. Now, a jaggy is something like this, which is instead of like something like this, or something like this, or something like this, you have like a break in the pattern, right? And it can look rather bad, but it can also be used to achieve certain angles that you normally wouldn't be able to in pixel art, as long as you use it in like moderation. And you gotta make it like a pattern of some sort. So like you use it once, kind of like this, and you're done with it, or you use it as a pattern. However, it does look better if it's used a lot, and I don't think I have the space to do this here. So it is much better to just do like this. I think I... Is this too risque? There we go, another hat reference. It's fine, she is just enjoying pudding. She's eating pudding and enjoying it a lot. Oh, you know, since the hat is kind of is more floppy, I can do... Maybe we can do something like this. could also do and down, down, down. Where do we go? Before... Yeah. I think this makes the hat more dynamic. And make it a little bit floppier. There we go. I am surprised that no one was able to figure out the secret word yet. And I thought it was going to be so easy. The eye has a flaw. There we go. The eye no longer has a flaw. Man, that actually reminds me, in the Brazilian comic Holy Avenger, elves of that setting had one very peculiar detail that I always thought was really cool. And it was actually something that I think was very original about it. At least I never quite encountered it elsewhere. Y'all wanna know what it was, chat? The elves in that setting, because they were very close to nature, they had a single randomly generated animal characteristic that was randomly assigned to them at birth. So an elf would look like the normal elf that you know, but as a plus, it would, for instance, have bunny feet. Just, they were born with bunny feet. They have a bunny feet. It didn't like affect them physically, it was more of a cosmetic thing. But it was definitely there, and I thought that was kind of a neat detail. I'm not entirely sure if that meant there would be an elf cat girl. I think so, I'm not entirely sure. An elf with cat ears. I don't remember if that was possible. With cat, let's say cat paws or maybe a cat tail randomly. Absolutely. I think elves can have tails sometimes, if I'm not mistaken. I think so. I would actually have to check the to find a rule book and check that to see if that actually matches. But I thought it was like a neat little detail to make their elves a little bit more unique in a sea of elves, really, that comes with fantasy. And there were so many elves in that setting. You had regular elves, you had sea elves, I think you had sky elves, which were elves with wings. Which at that point might as well be an entirely different race, but sure. Pop off, Queen. And honestly, if you stop to think about it, isn't Star Trek, the story of Star Trek, how mankind was saved by space elves? Very rational space elves. Let's be real, Spock is a space elf. Yeah, I think the hat looks a little bit more organic. Also, little detail here. I wonder if it looks bad or good. Let's see. I don't remember why this song in particular has wind chimes. Was it a particularly windy place? What was the song? Hold up. Oh, Tales of Vesperia. Oh, no. It wasn't because of that. It was because of politics? Yeah, I think this one had wind chimes because of politics, of course. As you do. Man, Tales of Vesperia was loopy. I enjoyed it. It kinda lost a little bit of its direction somewhere along the way, but it was a pretty good story overall. I just remember that the main villain of the story kinda had nothing to do with 95% of the plot. It's like there was a single plot point that was like the real point of interest for the villain. And from that it was like go off king. Yeah, this is by the way, guys, this is your final boss, and I was like, oh, okay. That's who's that guy? Why does he kind of look like Sephiroth? Okay. Kind of has the same goals as him, but he's kind of less crazy, more reasonable to talk with. Okay. Yes, we're doing this. still like Tales of Vesperia a lot. Final boss was kind of weird, but like 95% of the game is very cohesive. Which good enough. The cohesive 95% of the game is good enough for me. I don't ask for too much sometimes. Especially Tales of Games. Tales of Games, they tend to have they tend to ramble on a little bit sometimes, not every time. Sometimes the story continues solidly, but other times you do wonder what were you doing to begin with. Although, is that a fair assessment? Let me think. Nah, most of the times it's cohesive. I think Tales of Vesperia, it got a little bit weird. It got a little bit weird with the story. Because for the most part, the main plot, which I really like, and I really like Yuri as a character, was basically the system let the heroes down, and there's an empire, and there is a lot of corruption on the empire, and you have a childhood friend who is trying really hard to rise ranks on the empire like you, to set things right, but then you get this illusion and there is no way to change the system from the inside. You gotta fight the machine, man. But then your best friend's like, nah, I can change from the inside, bro. We have institutions, there's still a way. And then you're like, no, your institutions are all corrupt. And it's like, nah, bro, I can still do this, even if I have to fight you. It's very dramatic, and unfortunately it turns out that the best friend is completely wrong and there is absolutely nothing he can do but actually help us murder a few people. It's like, murder the politicians, the game. And there is some small amount of ethical reasoning behind it, but not a whole lot because of how comically evil the people are in the story. To the point where 90% of the ethical conflict is the fact that you didn't tell anyone you were doing this. And your party members are kind of like, oh man, why you gotta do this without telling us? Come on, you said you wouldn't. They're really more upset about you lying to them than you murdering the politician in question. You know, the bad part was that you lied to them, not that you committed a federal crime. Which just goes to show that honesty really is the best policy at the end of the day. Man, is this right? Is that how the game went? I don't remember. If that was how the game went, it was quite loopy. Then the main villain shows up out of nowhere and he's like, you guys are polluting too much. with mana, which was a plot point, to be fair, that the Empire used a lot of mana to cast spells, and that mana was causing pollutions, and pollution, the mana pollution is bad, it's corrupting and creating monsters and stuff like that. And he is like a, I don't know, some sort of agent of nature or something that's here to take revenge on humans dirtying the planet. And then you talk with, and then you fight him, then talk with him. Promise you start recycling. And then it's all good, you don't have to kill him or anything. And then the story ends. So I guess at the end of the day, the plot point, the moral of the story was kill politicians, recycle. Huh. Weird. I'm probably remembering this wrong. That can't actually be. Right? Was that the plot of Tales of Vesperia? It might have been the plot of Tales of Vesperia. I wonder how that pitch meeting went off. It was like, we're gonna make a story about the importance of environmentalism, and the guy is like, good. And also killing politicians. The guy's like, what? Environmentalism. Ah, and killing politicians. Did you say something? No. Are you sure you didn't mutter something about killing politicians under their breath? Nah, you're just thinking of stuff. Eat the rich. Did you say something again? No, nothing. Nothing. Mm-hmm. That's a nice hat. I'm gonna have to... think a little bit more about where the light is. And stuff like that. Yeah, I think this is good. And adjust the colors, because I'm not 100% sure on the colors. Now for the next part. The cape. La capa. Yeah, you know what? Let's adjust the color now, because I think this is the color. Or this actually. I can keep the shadow the same color, honestly. This shadow color still works. Looks kinda neat, actually. Tales of series have some interesting... They go to places. They try to explore a lot of concepts. It's fun. It's fun how they're always trying to explore different concepts. Okay, so Capo. Now, this cape is interesting. It's kind of a floaty cape, right? It's not really attached to anything. I feel like it's almost being held by magic. Which, it's a mage cape, so it should. Now I could add a little bit more swish to it. Then we sculpt it. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I don't remember if I already ranted about this, but I probably did on the Discord. I did it on Discord, I think. Basically, I watched the latest episode of Talking Anki, right? And man, that show is so interesting. It's so interesting. It is a very by the numbers shonen anime, right? Which is like lots of fighting and super powers, and you got factions that are at each other's throats, fighting with all they got. And it keeps doing this thing where it sets up big moments, but it keeps kind of flopping around the payoff a lot. And the moments that were supposed to be big end up not being very big at all. And it's really, really weird because the blueprint for doing these big moments is absolutely there, but it just doesn't happen. And I am just left wondering, but why though? But why though? Okay, so I'm just gonna give it as an example what happens in the latest chapter. Basically, without giving too much spoiler, there is a big fight going, and one of the characters from the protagonist team has to fight one of these captains from the evil team. I'm just gonna call them the evil team. They're the Momotaros. It's like it's a whole thing. It's Momotaro versus Oni. It's based on the legend of Momotaro, which is like this samurai kid that was born out of a peach, and he went off to fight some Oni in an island, helped by a monkey, a pheasant, and a dog. It's a popular Japanese tale, essentially. There isn't much to say about it. But basically, the guy who wrote the story was like, but what if Momotaro was actually evil and the Onis were actually nice? So kind of like the Pokemon DLC. I already kind of covered that. I don't know who did it first though, so I'm not gonna say that he took the idea from that. But it's the same I'm gonna say it's the same concept, and I'm not gonna attribute credit to whoever did it first, essentially. Because most of the times the anime did it first, honestly. Just because of how the pipeline works for these things. However, so the Oni kid has to fight the Momotaro villain. And it's a superpower anime, so the superpowers are... There's gonna be a clash of superpowers. And what is this clash of superpowers that makes this more interesting than just two guys fighting each other, right? So the Momotaro villain has the superpower of copying powers. Meanwhile, the Oni protagonist of the... He's not the protagonist, he is one of the protagonists, right? And his powers are rather interesting. He basically gachas his way to a different transformation. He can transform his own blood into different weapons, but he can never pick which weapons it changes into. It changes into a random weapon and it activates when he's mad. So he has to be PC all the time. That's the character, that's the setup, and it's like, okay, immediately you have like a clash of opposite powers. The guy who opposite equals, like the guy who borrows powers from others versus the guy who's always improvising. That can create some interesting attrition in the fight where the guy tries to copy the powers and the gacha kid keeps resetting the powers, right? To not keep it being copied. That seems like a good idea, right? So that's not what happens at all, because the author created limitation for both of these characters' powers. So the kid who has the power of getting different powers by gachaing essentially their powers can only do so a limited number of times. I don't remember if it was per day or per week, but essentially he only has 2 rolls on the random power lottery that he can pull from. He only has 2 rolls. Okay. And the guy who copies powers can only copy 1 different power every 24 hours. So he already brought a power to the fight, and he cannot copy the kid's powers even if he wanted to, because he copied last night and there's still some time before he can copy a power again. So at this point, the fact that the gacha kid has gacha powers and the other guy has copy powers, that has nothing to do with each other. The powers like don't mean anything for the fight other than they're gonna fight using the powers, which is a lost opportunity, because you can really squeeze some drama out of the powers having some significance, like representing ideals, representing stuff like, I don't know, hard work or the power of creativity versus the power of, I don't know, doing whatever is most effective to win or something like that. You know, there could have been something there, but there wasn't. But there is still a thread of something that can be used here. There's still something usable in this, because get this, the person the copycat guy copied the powers from is actually their teacher, because they're in a superpower academy. Just roll with it. They have Oni Academy to teach Onis to not go berserk and kill everyone when using their powers, which are all blood-based. All the powers are blood-based in this for the Onis, and they're bacteria-based for the Momotaros. So the Momotaros can summon like swarms of bacteria that can turn into weapons. They're very solid, they're bacteria that work together very well. So it is very much a just roll with it. Just roll with it. Why bacteria? I don't know. The blood thing kind of makes sense for Oni, but the bacteria part is kind of like... But why though? But yeah, just roll with it. Just roll with it. So... Yeah, so the Momotaro has powers, and he can copy the power of Onis, and he copied the power of the Oni teacher, of the kid. He actually got demolished by the Oni teacher before, but he's like, now that I copied his power, I can get my revenge, because now I'm gonna be super powerful because I have his powers. But he rejected and left the student to fight in his stead. He rejected the duel and left the student to fight in his stead. Because he was more worried about the other guy who has a power that I didn't quite understand. Probably we're gonna have like the duel with the other guy. But anyways. So, alright. So now we can establish some connection, right? Okay, so it's the student versus his mentor's power. Maybe the student can be really scared because he respects his mentor a lot and he is like, oh my god, I could never face my mentor. My mentor is so powerful and now I have to face what essentially is an evil copy of him. That can be so scary for him, right? Actually, it's kind of a Rapscallion doesn't really respect his teacher at all. He didn't even really see his teacher fighting all that much, so he doesn't even really understand very well how powerful his teacher is. So it doesn't really have a lot of urgency in this. Again, there was a seed there for a payoff, for like drama and stuff like that, and again, it is not used at all. It's just like, huh, weird that you have my sensei's power, and it does this, this, and this, and basically the only thing it sets up is that his sensei's power is long-ranged, and he rolled bad on the gacha and got a short-ranged sword. So he gets his ass kicked because of a bad matchup, and it's like, ugh, I need to be lucky on my gacha pool now, otherwise I won't be able to beat him. And then he gets a power that is much better to fighting him, and it's still kind of a tough match, but he wins in the end. So there was just a lot of different opportunities for writing like layers upon layers of like drama, so to speak, onto the story, adding drama onto the story, adding like different elements that could have been very interesting, and the author was just like, nah, this is about how he has to re-roll in order to actually find a better power. And because his re-roll is limited to just one more, there is the suspense of, I hope this power is good enough. And that was all the author really wanted out of that. And I was like, but you could have done so much more with this. Are you sure? Really? Just... okay, I guess. Okay. And this is how the whole anime feels to me. It just feels like there's opportunity for a lot more than what the anime is willing to give us. And I find that fascinating. I find that fascinating. Maybe it's because when I played Ragnarok Online, a lot of that happened with like the plots and the stories and the beats and literally everything in Ragnarok Online, where it was like, there's a lot more that could be delivered here, but it's not being delivered. And these things always fascinate me. Like, I'm not saying that anime is bad and you should feel bad for liking it or anything like that. What I'm saying is, the author could be delivering more on the plot. The author could be delivering a lot more on the plot and on the story than he actually is. And it's interesting to me to evaluate that. I find it interesting. I just find it super interesting. Because there was so much more he could have done with a lot of his decisions that he didn't. And I don't know if he's doing this out of, I don't know. Oh, but technically this is a trope. I don't want to do this trope. I want to do something different. I'm gonna... I don't know. Subvert expectations. We're not doing this. But that's, some tropes are good. Some tropes are good, you know? Some tropes are like pretty good. Some tropes should be done. Oh, right. Undo, undo, undo. There we go. I just think it's interesting. Mm-hmm. I wonder how the weather is outside, if it's good for taking my dog for walks or not. I am getting a little bit tired. So maybe we call the stream for today. Let me just get this right. If the cape would be still, it would go up to here. I think we can extend it by like a few pixels. Say like this much. Now, I'm not entirely sure what the cape looks on the back, if it's a closed cape or if it's an open one. but I think it would look something like this. Okay, I gotta add these details here. We got some golden details here as well. I wonder if they're supposed to be the same gold as this one. Or like brighter. Let's get this going. Oops. There we go. I'm gonna adjust this before I end the string. I'm not just gonna end the string without adjusting this first. I get the idea that it's supposed to be more or less the same shape as the tie guards. Something like this. Something like this. Or even I could leave it like this as it goes into the dark. Kinda. Because this part will go behind the booba, for sure. Maybe there is the chance that I made this a little bit too large. And it's actually like this. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, that works much better actually. So this part here should be a little bit distorted because of the fabric. Maybe we do it like this. Maybe we just do like this. Oh. I am so close to finishing my art, the basic art class. I think we have like three more lessons and we're done. Three more lessons and I can actually go back to streaming at my regular time instead of streaming during the night. I don't know how much that actually affected my views. I know it hasn't exactly increased my views a whole lot. Like, I don't think I got nighttime watchers for that time. Which to me makes sense. Because it was a time that a time slot that I actually streamed it off when I started. When I started off streaming, I streamed at that slot, but it really felt like no one was showing up at that time, so it got shoved away. Not that people didn't show up on this for the stream during that time. It's just that it's less people who are available at that time. So all went according as expected. I just thought it was better to stream at that time than not stream at all. And I still believe that. Oh, that's kind of weird. That is not what I meant to do. I meant to do this. There we go. Okay. There we go. That's a better effect. There we are. You turn on the air conditioning, you kinda lose sight of how bad the weather really is outside. Like sometimes I have to remind myself, I'm like, oh, the weather is kind of good today. And then I like, no, that's the air conditioning. The weather is dreadful outside. You're gonna burn to that. You're not careful. So we have more or less. The basis for where we continue next time. And I am getting tired, so everyone, that is all the time I have for today. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night. Stay awesome. And it's time for us to raid. Let's see. Who should we raid today? Who do we raid today? Who is on? Do we raid other artists? Do we raid someone we know? Always a question. And when I don't know how to answer the question, Amelia is online. We have a... If it's my first Melia raid of the week, then I will raid Melia. There we go. Let's raid Melia. Ow. What just hit me? Anyways, thank you all for joining me today. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night. Stay awesome. And remember, when in doubt, when you think you cannot do it, remember Ninjaling. Focus your inner ninja. And sure you can. Bye-bye, everyone. Have a good one. Oh my god, it's so big. Ah, it's getting bigger. It's getting bigger. It's getting bigger. It's getting bigger. No!